Good evening, and I have another big weekend Lego stream for tonight. We're going to need to start working through this build queue seriously because next week there's a whole bunch of sets dropping that are planned for stream projects. So I need to move through this build queue now, and I still have, including tonight, I have 6 Mario streams left in the queue, and some more Mario sets dropping next week. So the Mario build queue is going to start growing again. And then there's other stuff dropping next week also that I want to get for the channel. So we need to start working through this build queue more seriously than I have been to make room for all the new stuff I'll be getting the next couple months. Also, it looks like my budget is going to stabilize a little bit in the next couple months, which means we can start looking at some of the mid big range stuff again like we were doing previously. So let's not talk too much. It's a big set tonight. Piece count over 1,300. We'll be here for a few hours. So let me switch over to the camera. I have a big one tonight. This is what I have tonight. The box is so big I can't get it to properly fit on camera, which is why I have it down like that. And if I lift it up, of course, you can see how it fills the frame and goes past the edges of the camera. So we'll kind of do this. This is the Bowser Express train. This is the latest in the big Bowser themed sets that they've been doing. There is no Bowser in this set. It's called the Bowser Express train because Bowser owns the train and the front of the train looks like his face. But there are still plenty of Bowser minions in this set. There's 6 of them. There's a Boom Boom, a Hammer Bro, Mr. and Mrs. Goomba, and a pair of what's called Para-Biddybuds, which I think are the first Biddybud characters that I have in my collection of Lego Mario figures. I do have a Boom Boom. I don't have a Hammer Bro. Mr. and Mrs. Goomba are exclusive to this set, but they'll be going onto our big army of Goombas that we've been building. It looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4 train cars and 1, 2 side builds plus all the characters. So yeah, this is going to be big. It's going to take us a long time. So let's not talk too much. Let's get into the box. And I did check. This one does come with a... this is one of the boxes that's too big for the tabs. So we'll have to cut the tape in a moment. But you can see on the back, it shows some pictures of the layout of the train. Well, the top is the layout of the train showing the 4 train cars. It looks like we have the main engine with Bowser's face. And that looks like it's got the tender attached. We've got the little car with a cannon on it, a little passenger car for Mr. and Mrs. Goomba, and then in the back, a little worker cart. And then these bottom pictures show some of the action features and how you can have it interact with the figures. I actually haven't looked at this bit yet, so yeah, there's a little park bench scene, or I guess that's supposed to represent the bench of the train station. And then there's kind of that looks like one of the start pipes, but in black. So maybe a supersized cannon. Let's see, I'm not sure. You know what? We'll just have to build this up and discover what all it does, because, yeah, it does show Mario jumping into the cannon on the back here, and then moving along the train, fighting each of the enemies. And then, at the end, taking over the train in the final picture. So you can see the sequence at the bottom. It starts with Mario jumping into the black pipe, and then he goes along the 4 cars of the train, ousting the enemies until he gets to the engine. So it'll be interesting to play through this as a course when we finish. Alright, we've talked too much. Let's get the tape open and get started. This is, by piece count, one of the bigger things we've done on the stream, so we'll probably be here for a while. I'm already starting later than I intended as it is. let's get this open. And in the interest of not making a big mess of things, I'm actually going to turn around and dump these on my surface behind me to get organized. Because there's a lot here. You can see this box is absolutely stuffed full. There's a lot of contents here. So let me try and get these various bags into order. I do see a bag 10. I don't know how many numbered bags there are, that's the thing. This is 6. Here's an unnumbered bag with bigger pieces. So I'll set that over here. Unnumbered stuff I'll set in front of me. And there's one of these big cardboard packets. That's probably the instructions. So we know we go at least through bag 12. Bag 13. 13, 12, 2, 9, 4. Bag 1. You can see bag 1 is very sparse. There's a brick separator though, which is, it's cool. We got one of the teal ones this time. Those are rarer than the orange ones. And we've done a bunch of sets that came with one of the teal ones recently. That's pretty cool. So yeah, let's, alright, so let me get these bags into order first. So it looks like we go up through bag 13. So 13, 12, let's find bag 11 and get that onto my stack. I just want to be organized before we start. All I have to do is turn around, grab the next bag, and we go. So there's 10 through 13. Let's get 9. 8. I'm creating my stacks of bags here. And then there's 5. Alright. My bags are in order. So let's go ahead and look what we've got in front of us. We have bag 1. We have this unnumbered bag with bigger pieces. It looks like a plate, some train wheels, 6 of them it looks like, and a big axle piece. We'll set that aside until the instructions call for any of those pieces. And then we have this big packet which will probably just contain instructions. It didn't look like there were any specialized vinyl pieces, and this is before Lego Mario started introducing stickers. They did that with Mario Kart in the January wave. This is the last summer wave, so yeah. Big, thick instruction books. Part 1 and Part 2. I'll just set those aside, because you know what we do with instructions. So let's pull up our instructions, and hopefully there's enough room on the table for the train as a whole. As I build each car, we'll take it off the table to make room for the next build. So let's open bag 1 and get started. The brick separator page. So it looks like bag 1. Lego Mario does this thing where bag 1 is usually just one of the characters, and then the builds start in bag 2. So it looks like, so bag 1 is open. So there's no stickers in this set. It looks like bag 1 is going to be our Boom Boom. The second Boom Boom in my Lego Mario collection. Let's go ahead and start putting them together. Oh, since this is a Lego Mario night, let's have Mario and Luigi here, ready to interact and discover the play features with us. I actually have Peach in front of me too on the table, and we might add her to the exit scene, but I don't want to clutter the table too much with extra characters right now because this is going to be a big one and we're getting 6 characters in the set, which means unless they get attached to the build as some Mario characters do because of action features, but if they don't get attached to the build, then they're going to have the standard thing we do where they line up in front of the table. So we don't want, well, we don't have, we're not going to put Peach on just yet. Maybe at the end. If we feel like it, of course. Mario and Luigi may be sufficient for playing through this one. I do still have 5 Lego Mario streams in the queue. There's like 6 or 7 sets coming out next week. And there's 2 sets, well actually technically 5 sets, that I feel are redundant that I may not be getting, but I'm leaving them on my Bricklink wish list for now because if I want to consider myself a Mario completionist, I'll have to get them. But for right now, I feel they're redundant, so other things are going to take precedence over those. I do have lots of plans for my Lego collection, both on and off the channel. So we'll see how the next couple months evolve in that regard. We got Speed Champions coming out next week. We've got another Star Wars ship I want coming out next week. We've got, like I said, there's more Mario sets. And I'm finally moving forward with plans to acquire Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing is low-hanging fruit for getting a complete theme because most of the sets except 2 are on the cheaper end of Lego sets, and there's only like a dozen sets to begin with. We technically already started Lego Animal Crossing a year ago with the one polybag set they had at the time, but we'll be getting the full series now. We're actually going to build our Animal Crossing village starting next month. So Boom Boom's coming together nicely. And he does have a scan tile on the back. So he is an enemy that you fight directly. There's his little tile. It's interesting that so many sets I've opened recently just happen to have the teal separator be the turquoise one, because that one is much more rare than the orange version. Only 2 sets ever, both of them retired and both of them well outside my budget, have had the rare green separator, but I did buy one off of Bricklink just to have for the collection. Sometimes Lego staff gives the green ones away at events as well. But generally speaking, it's considered rare. And even though it's rare, because brick separators are so everywhere to begin with, it's only a couple dollars on Bricklink to get a green one. Both sets that came with a green came out the same year. Both sets are long retired. Both sets are now hundreds of dollars on the aftermarket. But you can get like the green separator for like $5. Well, I think I got mine for like $8 on Bricklink, including the shipping. So we have our Boom Boom already. 17 minutes into stream, and we've already got our first character, which is good because this is a big set. So here's our Boom Boom. So eight jumps to knock out Boom Boom and get his coins. So he's kind of a high level enemy. 8 hits. That's not much less than King Boo or Bowser. And the light is glaring on his hand a little bit. Looks like bag 2 is going to start with our hammer bro. Let me get bag 2 open. Oh, there's a lot going on in bag 2. We're finally going to start with the builds here. And we have the big black pipe piece. I'll set that aside here till the instructions call for it. So bag 2, it looks like, is going to start with Hammer Bro, which is our second enemy for this set. We need a green leg piece. Where is it? Right there. There may be an extra Lego stream later this week. In order to start knocking out some things from the build queue here. So instead of a red shell, like Boom Boom had, Hammer Bro is going to get this green shell. And he also gets a jump tile. Which we'll check that out when we finish his build. And see how many jumps he takes. I think he's closer to a standard enemy, though. I think Boom Boom is the big boss for this set. I think. Obviously, we won't know for sure until the end when we put the whole layout together. Let's put his little hammer together. Oh, that's not the right piece. That explains why it wasn't working. So where's the correct piece? There it is. Little bar into his hammerhead like that, which we can then have him hold. So it looks like the build for this bag we're going to build the black start pipe. There's our hammer bro. There's his tile and shell. All right. Let's see, how many hits does he take? So he's a 4-hit enemy. So maybe a mini boss? I'm sure the Goomba couple is just going to be the standard ones. And the Biddybuds probably going to be ones. But we'll find out when we get them. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and get on with the builds because we'll be here for a while. Hold on. There's a little piece of tape on my finger. There. I just transferred that into the box where we're collecting the trash. On the upside, because I replaced my phone since the previous wave, I'll be able to do my own firmware update when the new sets come out next week. Instead of having to borrow 20 minutes of my brother's time. He didn't like that, but I can do it myself this time, which is a good thing. I pretty much bricked my Peach until I enlisted his help last time. I tried on my old phone, but now we're going to do a little sub-assembly here. And there is a little action tile here, which I assume, yeah. So I think it's black because this pipe piece represents a cannon, but it has to be big enough for one of the figures to scan it, which is why it's so wide compared with other cannons in the Mario line, because it's also a start tube. So this is what the tile looks like. It says start, and there's a little icon of a cannon on it. So it may be that this is a gameplay variant specific to this set. we'll see if we can figure out what's different about this gameplay variant. Like there's one in another set that counts down coins rather than time. Maybe this is something like that. I'm not sure. We'll see what Mario does when I scan that. Obviously, we won't be able to play it yet. But I want to at least start to get an idea how this start works. Excuse me. There we go. Excuse me one moment. I need to check something real quick. Wow. So here we go. We're finally putting the big 2-piece on. It's a 2x here, but it's only a 1-page 2x. So total non-issue here. We'll build both of these bits and then we'll attach them like we usually do. So this looks like it's going to be torches. Kind of like a lamppost, but with torches instead of lanterns. I've also made some long-term plans for the off-stream portion of my Lego build queue, but I want to get this stuff for stream first. So a little bit of lava terrain around the start pipe here. That's interesting. We have here a printed tile. We have a printed tile showing Bowser's Castle. I'm not sure if that's going to focus. There it goes. But yeah, it's a signpost showing the way to Bowser's Castle. Is that Dry Bowser Castle? That might actually be a representation of Dry Bowser Castle given its shape, with the big mouth at the gates of the castle and the 4 side towers. Yeah, I think that's the other Mario boss level set we did most recently. I think that's Dry Bowser Castle there in that picture. So it looks like we're also going to get the station bench build. So this is this Mario's start cannon. Let's see if we can figure out what it does. Oh, that's cool. So not really a special gameplay variant, but it starts your timer with 90 seconds instead of the normal 60 seconds. Interesting. Alright, and I'll show you this build. Here's the cannon. Let's set that off to the side here. And go ahead and begin with the station bench. Interestingly, this build uses the same foundational the same foundational design that the cannon did. Definitely a very different color scheme once we get past the base, though. You'll remember last summer we were doing a lot of Lego Speed Champions cars. Well, there's 6 new ones coming on the channel. I'm going to do 3 streams of 2 each. There's a 2-pack and 4 singletons, but I think it was working well doing 2 cars per stream, so we're going to stick to that format for the 6 new cars. Of course, the 2-pack is going to be a stream by itself, And somehow I'm going to pair up the other 4 cars. But I don't think any of the other 4 cars are thematically related, so it'll be interesting. There's one really pretty pink car, though. That one should be a fun build. Oh, there's that clock tile. So now we have actual lampposts with actual lamps. Well, not actual because they don't work, but you know what I meant. That's what these look like. And if I'm not mistaken, these look like Peach's Kingdom color scheme. Bad guy's going to use the train station to mount an assault, maybe? That's the best guess I can think of. The Bowser's minions are always looking for ways to invade Peach's lands. So, we got a nice little tree build here as well. So it looks like both of the side builds were this bag. So looks like the whole rest of the work tonight is going to be the train itself. And here's the Peach's Castle sign. Um, I actually did that set too. Um, if the Bowser's Castle was a reference to what's actually Dry Bowser's Castle, then this is probably a sign referring to the newer version of Peach's Castle, which we did on stream a while ago. You can look in my Lego Mario playlist for that one, along with a bunch of other things. So we're going to start with bag 3. And it's unclear from the inset picture. It doesn't say anything about a 2x, but it looks like the first couple steps are the same until the color scheme divides. So let me go ahead and pull out bag 3. Oh, before I do that, here is the station. Beautiful little build there. You got a bench, a clock, some lampposts, a little tree, and of course the signpost, which I put on slightly crooked there. Let's set that aside and it's unclear. So it looks like bag 3, we are doing them one at a time. So there's a pink one and a green one. So these are the Para-Biddybuds. Let's go ahead and get right into it. We're about a quarter of the way through the instructions, give or take a bit. Actually, no. We're still about 20 pages off from being about a quarter of the way through the instructions. Sorry, I misread that. I predicted about 4.5 hours for tonight. We'll see how close my prediction is. It really doesn't matter, like I keep saying, but it's good to keep metrics. It helps me estimate the lengths of future streams. And while I can never exactly pinpoint how long a set is going to take in advance, having an estimate is always good when planning and setting up for the stream. Okay, where's the piece? Is it hiding under stuff? There it is. So the two scan tiles look identical except for being on different colored tiles that match the character. So I guess they do exactly the same number of hits. We'll find out shortly, I guess. I think these are my first 2 Biddybuds in my collection. These, of course, are what's called Para-Biddybuds, which means they fly. So here's the one. And now we got to build the other one, and then we'll test them out. I think these are standard enemies in terms of hit count. We're only in the third of 13 bags, and we've already got 2/3 of our character roster for the set. So most of the rest of the set is just going to be builds at this point. The 2 characters we don't have yet are the two Goombas. And Goombas are like nothing builds. They go by quick. You'll see how quickly Goombas go together. I could probably do a Goomba with my eyes closed. I'm not going to, but I probably could. Goombas are about as simple as Lego Mario character builds get. Okay, let's get the wings on. So since one's pink and one's green, I'm going to go ahead and call these brother and sister, just for sake of simplicity. So these are one-hit kill. These are basic enemies. Alright. Looks like we're going to start building our first piece of the train here. This is the work cart for the... Yeah, this is going to be the work cart. I don't know if this bag is the whole work cart or if this is going to be split bags, but we'll see how it goes, I guess. If this bag is the whole work cart, this would be a good place to take a bio break after we finish the bag. But if it's only half of this first piece of the train, then I don't want to take the break in the middle of a build. I don't take breaks in the middle of a bag, but I'm not comfortable taking breaks in the middle of a build unless it's like a truly massive build that is the whole set. Then you have to take your breaks in the middle of the build. But for something like this, where the train's going to be composed of 4 different sections, we can finish a whole car before we take our break. So that's an anchor piece being used as some kind of, I guess, attachment to the rest of the train. There's a little bit of a gear going on with this little car as well. And a gear usually means action feature. So my prediction, So this is actually separate from the train itself. This is a little worker cart, and Mario encounters them on the track and needs to knock them off and take over the worker cart, and then he'll be able to catch up to the train and use the anchor to latch on and move into the train proper. That's my prediction. I could be wrong. I could be close. Okay, so it looks like this bag is going to be the whole car. So we'll take our first stretch and bio break when we get finished with this car. So there's a big gear going into the middle of this car. And this gear lines up with the other gear. And now it looks like we're just going to build on some more pieces of the assembly until we have a working mechanism here. There's another little gear going onto this axle, which goes into the far hole here. Oh, is that going to be... Oh, so is making the cart go, pushing it along, riding it, is that going to be the activation for this mechanism? Could be. Let's wait and see how this all assembles up together. So now we secure that in with that. And actually, yeah, rolling it turns this middle gear. So let's... So yeah, we're going to take our break after we finish this little cart, but when we come back, it'll be time to get into the train itself. Okay, now we have a little assembly to do. Okay. Yeah. I often stop talking during Technic because Technic, even for relatively simple Technic, if you mess up Technic, it's a nightmare to fix. So I try to focus on what I'm doing while Technic is in play. Okay, how does this all connect? Okay, I think I see. So this all goes onto the cart like this, with this bit sitting on those bricks there. Okay, so as the gear pushes that, it'll push this up and down, but right now it's not a very secure connection and it seems to be jamming up, so yeah, we want to have the gear. We want to make sure that this is lined up correctly against the gear. So yeah, there's too much friction on the axles themselves, but you can see as I turn the gear, this goes. You can see how the platform moves as I turn the big gear in the bottom. This reminds me a little bit of the bases of the Chinese New Year parade set we did, where each base had a little Technic that controlled an action feature on the parade float. All right, and that secures the mechanism. Let's put these little stud pins on top. And make sure that this all lines up correctly. Oh no. This goes this way. Interesting little mechanism in here. Hopefully when I add the wheels, it will roll properly. And then we have two of these little platforms, one of which has a tile on it. So if I need to push this out of the way so I can put this one on. Oh, that's cool. So this little platform has a tile on it. This will probably act like other Mario vehicles in that it'll play some music and maybe give coins. Not all the vehicles give coins, but Mario does that a lot. There's vehicles with interactive tiles. And now we're just supposed to attach the wheels. So let's do that. Why do they stick out on one side but not the other? Did I not have them? Maybe I didn't have them pushed in all the way. Yeah. I didn't have them pushed in all the way on that side. No biggie. And then it shows the Para-Biddybuds are supposed to sit on the cart, and then we're going to get bag 4. And bag 4 is going to come with this big plate, so let me go ahead and pull that out so it's ready. And we're going to get ready to go into break. So that looks like an 8x16, which is pretty big. Here's that big plate. And it shows the Para-Biddies sitting on the cart. So yeah, as I roll it, you can see it goes like that. So let's go ahead and have Mario attempt to play here. So we'll put the Para-Biddies on. So it does play music, but I don't think he can take over the cart until he knocks out his enemies. So and then he gets to the end, he catches up to the train, and he can just hook onto the train and go onto the train. What train? We haven't built it yet. And since we're mid-book and there's nothing too substantial going on yet, we'll go ahead and leave the instructions on screen for the break. I don't always. But I'll let you look at what we've built so far anyway. Oh, and here's the cart. One more look at the motion. There it goes. Yeah, nice little worker's cart for the Para-Biddies. Alright, let's take a quick break. We've been streaming just over an hour if you count the talkie bits and the splash screen. We've been building just about an hour. I do need water this break and a big stretch. Yeah, this break might be yeah, let's just take our break. It doesn't matter how long it is. All right, I'm back. So let's go ahead and clear the table for bag 4. Wow, on camera, the plate blends into the table and it's a little hard to see. Interesting. And in the interest of space, we'll take the card off too. I think there's 10 bags left and there's basically 3 builds left. So I think what's going to happen here is each of the remaining builds is going to be multiple bags probably. But yeah, that's bag 4, so let's open it up and get right into it. Yeah, bag 4 doesn't look like a whole train car. There's certainly no wheels in it. So yeah, I think at this point, each of the train cars is going to be multiple bags. I think the big engine with the Bowser face, I think that's going to be a lot of bags. We'll see how it's divided as we go, I guess. But let's get right into this build. So we're starting with Mr. Goomba. And I can tell you from experience, these hatted Goombas are your standard one-hit kill Goomba. Sometimes you have to knock the hat off to expose the jump tile, though. And both of the Goomba jump tiles are exactly the same, but I was expecting that. Both Goombas are going to do exactly the same thing, which is you jump on it, you knock its hat off, you jump on it once, you get your coin. Goombas are the most basic of the Mario enemies. They're in every other set. We've got quite an army of them already. I do have a few of the Goomba variants. There's a pirate hat Goomba that's in 2 sets. I have one of those sets. Actually, the other set that has the pirate Goomba hat is in my build queue. So I'll have 2 of those soon. There's one set with a Santa hat Goomba. And then there's also Goomba cats. That's a slightly different build, but same basic shape and size. And then there's... Oh no, you don't knock the hat off of these. They have their jump tile on the back, just like regular Goombas. Actually, some Goombas have them on the top. Some Goombas have them on the back. It's not entirely consistent. But these Goombas looks like they have the standard. So you don't actually have to knock their hats off. The pirate hat Goomba, you do have to knock its hat off. I honestly don't remember what it is for the Santa Goomba. There's also bone Goombas, which are the same shape and size but a different color scheme. I have 2 of those. Oh, that's cool. It comes with an extra tile, so you can take the hat off and make it a regular Goomba if you wanted to, like that. Since that tile is absolutely useless to us in this context, I'm keeping our Goomba variant. I'll just set that extra tile aside. And here's Mr. Goomba. I'm not even going to demonstrate him because I know he's a one jump kill. And now we get to build his wife, Mrs. Goomba. Alright, so Mrs. Goomba also has a big hat. And she also has a swappable tile for if you want to just have a plain Goomba without the hat. But here's Mrs. Goomba. Given how I'm assuming they're an older couple. They're an older married couple. That's just the stereotype they're giving off based on their hats. And it looks like we're going to start with the passenger car of the train. Let's get right into this. I do have some of the special and plannings you get for the collection, which involves needing to part something out, but shouldn't be a big deal. I don't think this train is compatible with the Lego train track system. Nor does it matter to me because I don't have space to even attempt the train track system. I will be reorganizing all my Lego storage in the next week or two to make it easier to get to the sets I want to get to. Right now, they're all in unlabeled boxes all over the place. So if I can get the boxes numbered and annotate which sets are in which numbered box, it'll be easy to get to each set that I want to rotate into the display. Okay, that's all up. This is a non-symmetric build, but I think that's so the car can be open so Mario can get into it. I have been collecting some of the CMF series, the collectible minifigure series, which I mainly do off stream. But I've been making good progress on that collection. And I'll be making better progress on that collection probably in the coming year or so. Yeah, so lots of stuff in my Lego collection, lots of stuff going into my Lego collection, lots of stuff I want to go in my Lego collection, but it's retired and inflated and probably won't be going in my collection. We'll see what the coming months and years bring. So yeah, so we're filling in some windows now for the train car. There's no panes or details or anything. I think that's so that the train car can be left open for play purposes. But yeah, these window pieces are definitely now starting to give the passenger car some detail and bulk. It's finally starting to look like a train car. All right, there we go. I got all the windows up. We're almost done with bag 4. And yeah, this train car is definitely not going to be done with bag 4. So bag 5 is going to be more of this piece of the train, as I predicted. I do like how they're keeping the color blocking consistent though throughout the design, so that we don't have any like incomplete layers and stuff like that. This is a really aesthetically pleasing design so far. So it looks like we're building up one wall but leaving the other wall completely open. Interesting. Okay, and it looks like we're tiling off the top here, which means it does what many Lego buildings and vehicles do, where there's a few studs to hold the roof in place, but the roof is going to be removable so we can play inside. That's my prediction, but it's fairly obvious given the stud layout for this top layer here and how most of it is tiled. Bag 5. Called it. Based on the number of pages in this first section, in this first part one of the instruction manual, I'm going to assume that this instruction manual is going to end with this passenger car, and then the second instruction manual is going to be the last two sections of the train, including the big one. There is a fairly large plate here. This one's only a 6 by 16. So I'm guessing the difference between 6 wide and 8 wide is where the cutoff is for a plate being in the regular bag versus being in the big parts bag. Okay, so now it looks like we're going to start building up the inside of the train car. This is the shell of the train car so far. And there's a little bit of an interior there that we're going to start filling in. Starting with what looks like a standard Mario mystery item cube. I'm not going to demonstrate this because you've seen these before. Actually, we can. We'll go ahead and jump on this mystery cube before I put it on the train, but it's useless right now since we're not running the level. It's a standard mystery box. And that's what it looks like. You can see the printed question mark and the scan tile on top. In this case, Luigi got the big mushroom, so he can take one hit before getting stunned. But real quick again, there it is. There's our mystery box. And now I'm gonna put it into the train. And we have a 2x build here. You know how we do these. So we're going to build the whole page, both copies, and then we'll turn the page to continue both copies. I didn't see anything else go off. I think we're fine. So we have all the characters for the set now, so I guess we can bring Peach in to finish the lineup. Our character row is looking a bit cluttered, but we've had sets with more, so I think we'll be okay. And actually, one set that I have planned to get in the next couple months has 16 minifigures in it. Standard minifigures. But this is going to be a cool one. It's... Oh, I need to build another copy of that before I turn the page. sometimes when I stop talking, it just means I've temporarily run out of things to talk about and I'm focusing on the build and can't think of more things to talk about. This is going to be a rough week physically. We're under a heat wave for at least a few more days. And I have a doctor's appointment at a specialist downtown on Tuesday and errands to do on Monday. So hopefully tomorrow itself is not going to be too terrible. Hopefully tomorrow I can just relax most of the day. I do have some chores to do at home tomorrow though. And then later on in the week, things are looking... Okay, so this is going to be a bench seat for the Goombas to sit on inside the train. And even though there's another step in the build, and I have to build the other copy, because it shows where to put them, I'm going to go ahead and put this one inside the train. We'll finish up the other bench, and we will put that one inside the train, and then we will keep going. I'm guessing this big blue plate is going to be part of the roof. Did I do the bench close-up? There it is one more time if I did. And if I didn't, well, at least you get to see it. Okay, and that's what the inside of the train car looks like with a mystery box and the two benches. Okay, so it looks like the roof is going to have the missing wall of the train attached to it for a fully closed off look. So you can put the roof on, which will close up the train, or you can open it up for play. I like when Lego does that, because while the size of the inside is big enough for kids to play in there, there's a lot of Lego adults. And our fingers are too big. So yeah, this blue plate will go on like that. And then we'll start securing everything. And then we get two more pieces of the windows. Since I'll never be able to own one of the proper city trains, this is a nice alternative. Plus, this one is interactive and playable, being part of the Mario system. There are train wheels in this bag, so this bag will finish this train car. So now we're building some substance for the wall here. Okay, maybe the roof doesn't separate, because this looks like it lines up inside where those other studs are. So maybe the roof isn't meant to. But then how will you get the Goombas in? Because they're too big to fit through these openings. No, it's still loose. The bottom section here is connected by only 2 studs. Let's see how the rest of this goes together. No, yeah, the roof comes out just fine. So yeah, so it looks like the wall on this side is going to match the wall on the other side. So yeah, from the side and from the top, it looks exactly identical. So yeah, you can't even tell that it's removable because it looks exactly the same. Actually, now I've confused myself. Which side is the removable side? Yeah, this is the one we're working on, okay. But pulls off really easily, and you can play on. Which side is this meant to be on? Yeah, I'm hoping that I put that on the correct side. Since it looks like there's only one of those. Okay, and now we have to do an assembly. So it looks like this is going to be where it attaches to the other car and also where the wheels attach in. We do have our full character roster, but we still have a lot of build left to go. So we're putting in the axles now. I put that one in the wrong way. And that will go on to here like this. And that looks like we're going to build another section of axles and with another connector for the other end. Well, maybe not a connector because this is the back end car. This doesn't connect to anything on the train. The workers' platform connects with a hook and kind of invades this car. And now we'll put in the pins for this set of axles. Or is that the connector? I'm not sure. And now we put all the wheels on. And it says to put the wheels on this side, the more steampunky side. I kind of like these wagon wheels though. I'm not sure. I have a choice here. Let me think for a moment. The instructions do say the steampunk side. I'm sure there's a reason they're going for that vibe. But I'm going for this wagon wheel side. I really like this design. It's my copy of the set. I'm doing it the way I want to do it, okay? I think it gives it a little more of a rustic look, which I think is what you're going for with Bowser villains. Or Bowser minions. Bowser is the big bad villain. He's not here tonight, but this is how I want to do it. So it looks like we're making a tabletop for inside the, for Mr. and Mrs. Goomba to have their snacks, which is going to go inside the train car and hide the mystery box. So Mario has to come in and attack the scene to reveal his mystery box. And there's a croissant piece. I never realized there's a little anti-stud below the croissant piece. So you can actually attach the croissant to your tabletop like that. There's 2 coffee cups and a little croissant. And these coffee cups, you can actually put a loose stud in them to represent a drink and sit them on top like that. The effect works better with the tile, actually, because that shows the drink is overflowing over the top. But I'm not going to do that because then it's easy to shake loose that piece by accident. So we're going to put the tabletop. We're going to open up the roof. There's the inside of our train car. And we're going to take our little tabletop and we're going to set it on top of the mystery box like that. And it doesn't actually attach. It just kind of sits there. So all Mario has to do is knock over the table and to reveal the mystery box. We're not going to do that now because you know what mystery boxes do. And I'll just leave that there and I'll close it back up. And it kind of just sits in place there. Hopefully it won't be dislodged while I show this off. Let me make sure that all the wheels are facing the same way. And here is our completed passenger car. And actually, there's still some pages of instructions here. And this page of instructions just shows how Mr. and Mrs. Goomba are going to sit in this car and enjoy their snack while waiting for Mario to come attack them. So bag 6 is going to be the cannon car. And this doesn't use the big start tube piece that the other cannon did, because this is not a Mario cannon. This is a standard villain cannon. So I was wrong about the instruction manual splitting between builds. But there's not enough pieces left in this instruction manual for this build. There's not enough pages left. So my guess is the manual's going to switch in the middle of this build, most likely. Unless this surprises us and turns out to be a one bag build. Which it might be. I do see wheels in here. So it might be this instruction book finishes this build, and then the whole second instruction book is the engine assembly, which is going to be the other 7 bags. That's my revised prediction at this point, because I do see wheels in this bag, and it's not normal for them to split an instruction book in the middle of a build, unless it's a single build set with multiple instruction books. Okay, so this car has a mechanism involving a turntable. You can see that big turntable base there. Right there, you can see the turntable base piece right there. Although it's going on plates, so there's nothing that'll allow it to connect with the wheel assembly. There's not, so maybe this is an independent play feature that has nothing, that has no involvement with its, yeah. So yeah, this play feature, the turntable, will not connect with the wheel assembly, and therefore it's not a play feature that is going to be involving the train moving like the one on the cart was. It's going to be its own separate thing. I think we're making good time with this build, considering how big it is. And now we're doing some tiling around the turntable, which just generally means it gives a smooth surface for whatever the mechanism is to operate. Let's make sure I'm assembling this correctly. Okay, something just fell. And it had bells on it. That's what that sound was. Alright, so we have this round plate on the turntable surrounded by round tiles. So I have one more. Oh, there's a launcher brick in here. Interesting. I have one more really big Lego Mario set in the queue, and then I have a bunch of sets that are smaller, more of the stage interaction type sets. Um, and those I have divided into 4 separate streams. There's like 10 of those that I have divided. I have a stream themed to the sky world, a stream themed to the lava world, wetlands, which includes one set representing the swamp and one set representing the beach. And then there's the 2 maker sets, which are like level maker accessories. So we'll be doing those 4 streams. I've had those in the queue for months. We'll have to get to those streams though to clear up space because there's a whole bunch of new. The new Mario wave includes several sets to expand the Mario Kart that they started in January. About half the wave is related to Mario Kart, and then there's a few sets that are the regular level builds. So we'll see how that all goes. Alright, let's tile over the top here. Interesting using the single groove side of the bricks because the brick texture doesn't make sense for a train, but the single groove side does make sense for vehicle texture. Cool technique there. So yeah, it looks like this cannon cart is going to finish in this bag. This would be the logical place to take a break, but we just took a break. So let's actually see if I actually need one before we actually think about a break. So it looks like we'll be doing the wheel assemblies first this time rather than last. Probably because whatever we put on the turntable is going to make it not good to be turned upside down after that point. And this one does look like it's going to have connectors at both ends, which makes sense because this will be the middle car of the train. I'm really looking forward to getting 6 more cars going in my Speed Champions collection. Although, I'll have to check the instructions in advance and see if they come with the helmets and wrenches. Because if they don't, I'll need to get some extra helmets and wrenches like I did when I was collecting the main series. Because that's how I like to display the cars. The driver's holding helmet and wrench. So it would be cool, I think, to uphold that consistency. I didn't do the January Speed Champions wave because the January Speed Champions wave was just 10 F1 cars that all looked identical except for their color schemes. And I just wasn't feeling it. I'm not really into F1. Plus, 3 of those cars had appeared in Speed Champions Gen 2 before. 2 of them just last year, in fact. So I already have 3 Formula 1 Speed Champions cars. I don't need any more. Unless they release them as part of mainline. But, I mean, I got the mini collectible F1 cars. That was good enough for me. Those are pretty cool. Very toyetic. They look, some of them look like candy with their silly color schemes. Okay, at least the piece that popped off did not go on the floor. And I see I'm pushing the characters into the edge of the camera there, so we can move everyone back a little bit. That is a nice lineup of characters, even if there's no really big name villains there. There's still a really cool assortment. I do find it a little weird that you would make a boss level set like this without including one of the named minions, though. But I guess Boom Boom counts for that. Okay, we need one more of those little pin plates. Or I should say pinhole plates. There we go. And now we'll put in those pins. That'll be the axles again. Yeah, and it has us going all the way and putting the wheels on at this time too, even though the top's not done yet. Probably again because of the play feature will make it so we can't turn this upside down once we put the cannon on. So let's put these pins in. And the wheels. And same deal for consistency, we're going wagon wheel side, even though the instructions say to do the more steampunky side. Or I guess like you could say modern wheel side, standard wheel side. No, I like the wagon wheels for this train. I think they go with the look a little bit better in the theme. So here's the bottom of our cannon car, ready to roll. We just need to build the cannon for the top of it. And that should bring us through the end of the first instruction book. And that means we'll be officially halfway through the construction. We're about to hit the 2-hour mark, so we didn't quite hit the 2-hour mark. I mean, we didn't quite finish the first half in my prediction, which is okay. I figured this one would go closer to 4.5. If I don't need the break, which I don't think I do, we're going to be making good time. Maybe a stretch, but not a full break. We do have inset 2x, but inset 2x's are nothing. I mean, they're nothing fancy to do because it's simple enough to be an inset, which means we can just attach them right away. They're not nothing. Every step you see here is an important part of the build. Oops, that's called my hand not noticing where it was going. I guess you could call that a glorified fat fingering, because that involved my whole hand, not just a finger. As you know from this channel, I'm clumsy and I fat finger things a lot. Okay. So we have these pins, but they don't push in all the way, it looks like. these go on here like this. And then this whole assembly, let's make sure I have that face the same way as the instructions. And this whole assembly will go on the turntable like that. So this is, okay, that was behind the instructions. So this is going to be the base of the cannon, I think. And it turns on the turntable like that. And here's where we're going to build up the cannon itself. I've picked out a number of Star Wars ships, Lego Star Wars ships to go on my fleet. Many of them retired, so we'll see how successful I am in securing them for decent prices. But also, there's one releasing next week. That's going to be the next Lego Star Wars thing I do. It might not be my next Lego stream, but it'll be my next Lego Star Wars set. There's one ship I'm really looking forward to getting. And then some that are in my wish queue, but behind other things. Okay. So yeah. So it looks like the remaining bags, which represent more than half the bags in the set, and the second instruction book are all for the main engine. This is going to be fun. Lego Mario is always fun. Lego in general is usually fun. Okay, so there's this trigger brick here. And I'm not sure oh. It's got one of these big, huge missiles. I thought Lego retired these like a couple years ago. I haven't seen one of these used in a set in years. Lego Star Wars used to use these, but they use the thinner flick fires now. Okay. Interesting. I thought those were retired. They may still be retired. This is a 2-year-old set, but still. Okay, so this slots in to the cannon like this. So basically, we're building an assembly now to tip off the cannon and hide the missile. So I'm guessing that missile is what Bowser and friends are intending to attack Peach's castle with. Because you saw the signpost for Peach's castle coming from the on the station bench platform build. So yeah, they're definitely planning to attack Peach's castle. I'm guessing that's what the missile is for. So yeah, this is the edge of the cannon. Unlike usual with projectiles, there's only one missile here, but it's a big one. So I can understand not giving extras of that one. There's also no interaction tile with this cart. So it looks like it's just an action feature. Maybe it's meant for when Mario moves down the train, taking it over, to shoot at whoever's manning the engine, so Mario can take over the engine. That's actually a logical use for the cannon from Mario's perspective, actually. So now we put this onto the cart. Here's our cannon top. There's the launcher. And now we're going to slide this into the cannon base and line it up with those pins in order to secure it. If I can get the pins to line up. You can't actually see the pinholes when the cannon is in there. Maybe if I... Well, that one's a little crooked. Maybe if I push it in a little bit, will I be able to... Yeah, because the other one opens up and pushes aside a little bit. So if I can... I see where the hole's supposed to line up. If I can just push the pin through, we'll have the first... There it goes. And then we'll come over on the other side. If I can line up that pinhole. And this one I can't see because the other one's already secured. So everything's lined up. There it goes. And the cannon is now secured. And it rotates on its turntable. And you can lift it up and down like this. And just a quick little launch test. But you know I'm not going to keep it loaded. Wow, that thing has power. I let it go like 1 millimeter and it stung my hand a little bit, even with its rubber tip. Wow. That thing is... Yeah, I am not going to let that fly at full power. In fact, I'm not even going to arm the cannon. Maybe I'll leave it partially in for display, but I'm not loading it. I'm not loading it fully. And now it tells us to go into bag 2, or instruction book 2. So I'll set the cannon aside. And I'm feeling good right now, so we're not going to take a break. If you count the splash screen and talking time at the beginning of stream, we're just at the 2-hour mark, which is what I predicted for the first build. So as long as I don't take any more breaks, which, given how big this build looks, it's unlikely I'll be able to go through the rest of the stream without at least one break, but we'll see how we feel. Bag 7, and this is going to begin the big one. Like we do with Star Wars ships, this is a big build, and it's going to have to stay on. It's going to have to stay on camera because we'll mainly be building onto the build itself. So we'll have to do creative use of our table space like we often have to do with bigger builds like that. Give me one moment before I get into this. Okay, I think we're good to go here. Let us begin. So my guess is, as big as this build is, we'll probably see a little bit of Technic base going on. Probably not as much as we see in the big Star Wars ships, but yeah, I can already see some of the Technic bricks going on here. So we'll probably frame the base of this engine with Technic. There's also, I see a couple little gear pieces, so there's probably a mechanism. Yeah. Let's get right into this. No, those are not the gray ones. Those are the tan ones. But I think I just picked up a... Yeah, some of the colors look similar in the light. No, we're good. I'm doing a color match with the instructions real quick to make sure I'm using the correct pieces here. And it looks like I am. So we're good to go. I do like that there's no stickers tonight. Big builds are already complicated on their own without needing to do stickers. I know I'm a little backed up with getting my last few episodes onto the YouTube, going back about 2 months. My plan is to get those up this week. I'll probably get a couple of the episodes uploaded tomorrow, but I'm probably gonna have it. I'm gonna probably have YouTube release 1 episode per day, so I have a couple days to get all the uploads done until we're caught up. So this episode isn't gonna have the standard 2-day turnaround that I usually have from the stream. I have about 10, 11, about a dozen episodes that have to get caught up, so you probably won't see this on the YouTube for about 2 weeks since I'm uploading everything in order. Okay, and here's the connector base. Little sandwich there. Wedge sandwich. Wedge plate sandwich going on there. And these are another variant of hinge pieces. So we'll see what goes on here. Okay, that doesn't look right. Something's not lined up correctly. I don't think. If these go in here and are supposed to line up with those, there is a mistake somewhere. The mistake being I put these 2 Technic bricks on the wrong end. They're supposed to be on this end where the round stud plates are, like this. Easy fix. There, now everything lines up straight, correct, and we're ready to move on. So yeah, maybe the Technic framing isn't quite as much as I thought it would be. I do like the consistency in the design, where they all have like this little gray tile on the sides of the base here. And this goes onto here, like this. Like that. There we go. And we've got the beginnings of mechanism here. There's this Technic box that we're dropping a gear piece into. How exactly does this gear line up? I think it goes in like this. And this goes in here like this. Let's make sure everything lines up and connects. There we go. So yeah, there's a gear in there. And I guess I don't know what the gear does yet. That's something that we'll discover as we build up this engine. So yeah, this engine has some massive length to it. I might have to get creative with setting up the exit scene. I may not even be able to play the level on this little table if the level involves rolling the train, because it looks like the engine itself is going to be about half the length of the table. Let me just see something real quick, and we don't know the full length of the engine. There could be stuff that sticks out. Yeah, we may have to do something creative with this, with our exit design, like depicting the train mid-turn or something crazy like that. Okay, we have spacers, but the spacers are in pink this time. I don't think I've ever seen the axle spacers in pink before. That's pretty cool to get a new color of those, even though you won't be able to see them in the final build. So it looks like this goes through and then attaches into the gear that we put in that gearbox like this. So we got a little axle running to that gear now. You can see that little axle right there. And this has another gear. So whatever this train does, I'm guessing it's going to have something to do with Bowser's big face on the front. Oh, and here's some more Technic axling going on. Okay. It's interesting to look at a Technic gear setup and try and guess what it does. And sometimes it's obvious and sometimes it's not. So we'll see how right or wrong I am as we build up the engine around these Technic bases. So I want the gray on this end, and then we get a brick and another pink spacer here. And then we get another brick and then another pink spacer on this side. And these will go here. So this gear connects with that gear, and look, you can see as I turn these axles, that other, let me get close, as I turn these axles, that other gear on the central axle spins as well, like that. So yeah, things are starting to happen. I just don't know what this mechanism is going to do. Let's just see how this build develops. Okay. Okay, and then there's this tile in front of that. And then there's also a plate going on here. So it looks like the interior of the build is not entirely symmetrical. But it looks like the exterior is trying to be. So we'll see how this continues to develop. Looks like there's a standing area in the front for a conductor. That'll probably be our Boom Boom, because I think he's meant to be the boss of this level. Okay, looks like we're putting in another piece of gear. I'm not going to show you every gear that we add, because if I do that, we'll be here all night, I think. Unless we're pretty much done with the coring of the gears. I think I see what this one is going to do, so we'll go ahead and put that axle on. We'll stick this into the model. This will intersect with the other gear inside like that. And now when I turn those gears up front, you can see the axle in the back turns. You can see right there that axle is turning when I turn these axles up here. Cool feature there. We'll see what it actually ends up doing for the model itself. Here's a technique piece I've never seen before. This red piece with a bar on the end. Looks like there's a big red joystick cap here. Okay, and this assembly goes here. It looks like this is a lever of some kind. The big red joystick obviously says pull me, but it's not connected yet to the mechanism. It doesn't do anything yet, but I'm sure it will. So we've basically, let me just see something. Boom Boom, we raise his hands up. He does kind of fit into the conductor area, but you can't really stud him in. You can just sit him in there. So maybe not. Maybe it's not Boom Boom who does the conducting of the train. We'll see the layout at the end of the instructions, of course, and see what's intended to be there. So now it looks like we're building on some shaping here. Let me look at the box and see if I can guess. Nope, I can't really guess at this point. This build's doing some unexpected things, but these cylindrical pieces are going to go over the axle here to be built upon later, I guess. And actually, pushing them all the way down pushes the trigger up. So if you push the joystick, it raises that stack of cylinders. Maybe a locking mechanism so that it doesn't turn if you don't want it to, maybe. Because, yeah, if it's down and you turn the gears, it turns. But if you push the joystick and you turn the gears, it doesn't turn. So, yeah, the joystick is actually a locking mechanism for those cylinders up there. Interesting. We'll have to see how that all plays out as we build this up. Wow, there's a piece here sitting in front of me. Oh, I see. I forgot to put it on. That's all that is. So it's time for bag 8. Wow, it's getting hot in here. Hold on. I just dropped something from my side build area. Give me a moment to recover it. It actually came a little bit apart. I may have to get on the floor to retrieve this, actually. It went under the bed. And I just, while pushing the chair out, I knocked over the whole table. All right, let me go recover this, and then we'll see what I can do. Yeah, the whole build went under the bed. Let me see if I can get to it. Yeah, all right, recovery complete. Let me put this back together real quick because it broke into 3 sections, and then I'll put the table back and we will be good to go. That was unexpected. But yeah, I'll leave those in a more secure place now. Let's bring our table back and fix everything. I had to check her because she fell. The others stayed upright. So, all right, bag 8. Already, I can't tell where. Okay, yeah, I see what we need to start this bag. And I almost did it again. Almost. Alright, let us begin with this bag now. You know what? I'm going to turn up my fan a little bit because it's getting hot in this room. Usually when it gets hot, I turn off the main light, but we're streaming Lego, so I need that light. You might hear the fan because when I turn it up to max, the fan gets really loud. There's nothing I can do about it tonight, though, because it got hot in this room. I'm sitting directly under the light right now. I think it's cool that they've incorporated a locking mechanism for the whatever the gears are going to do, because they don't always do that, and so sometimes you have parts moving when you don't intend them to. While you're trying to do the rest of the build around it. It looks like for this build, they're keeping the bags relatively simple, and there's not much going on per bag. Honestly, I think they could have gotten away with doing 4 bags instead of 7 for this last build, but that's just my opinion. Maybe because bag 1 had all the Technic stuff in it, they wanted to separate it off. There doesn't look like there's any Technic in this bag, and there probably isn't much moving forward. So, well, I turned the fan on, and it's blowing around papers on my desk, and yeah, I'm hoping things aren't going to start falling around and stuff. If it does, I'll just have to go back to being hot, I guess, until the end of stream. Obviously, once stream's over, I can clean up, turn the big light off, just use the side lights, and cool off a little bit. The fan on medium is usually pretty good for having just the side lights. Or, I meant, the fan on medium is pretty good for, usually, for just keeping me cool. So, but not when the big light is on. Even when the big light is on, but when I'm not sitting directly under it, medium is usually good enough for me. But stream, and most of my stream requires me to sit right under the light. I can push my desk around, so I don't have to do most of my computer stuff directly under the light. But stream, because I have to put the table in between me and the desk, it requires me to sit directly under the light. That's where the problem is. I'm rambling now about things that aren't really relevant to Lego streams, so yeah. Let me get back to this build here. So it looks like with this bag, we're going to continue building up the structure. Okay, so it looks like there's another axle, but this axle, it looks like it's just for wheels. It doesn't look like this connect, although there's that piece that sticks out. So maybe this is going to be part of the mechanism as well and just isn't connected up yet. I really don't know at this point. This build is doing interesting things with its Technic. So if I put this there, that's supposed to line up with the other one like that. And then some bricks with some more of the pink spacers that are not going to be visible in the final build. This may be the only piece of the mechanism in this bag because I don't see any more of the spacers. So maybe these are just for regular wheels and don't have to do with the mechanism, maybe. See that axle there? This axle length does not connect to that one. And there are no gears, there are no more gears here, so that may just be a wheel placement point and not actually part of the mechanism. Let's keep going. Sometimes I do these really big Lego sets, but there are some even bigger Lego sets in like the 2,000 and 3,000 piece counts. Those I will need to split up into multiple streams if I ever get any of those. But because those sets are so expensive, I may just stick with this size class for the maximum on stream for now. I definitely don't have display room for anything like a 2,000 or 3,000 piece set. But some of them look really fun, so I may make an exception for a couple things that are rumored to come out at the end of the year, though. There are some rumors for the end of the year that look really fun and really interesting. I'm not going to get into them because they haven't been revealed yet, and so I don't know 100% if they're actually happening. Like the rumor that came out in January was that the starter set that we would get on the Summer Wave was going to be Wario as the interactive figure, but he's not. It's the starter set coming out next week is just another starter set with Mario, but instead of being a level set, it's a Mario Kart set, and the car looks like a variant on the standard cart, which we already got. So the starter set for the starter set coming out next week is very redundant, and I'm probably not going to get it. It's still going to sit on my Bricklink wish list, though, because if I ever do want to be a technical 100% completionist, I do have to get the 5 or 6 sets that I feel are redundant. But for right now, it can just sit there for a while. Everything else in the wave is like cool new stuff, and I'm going to be getting that stuff. So it looks like here with this bag we're basically continuing to put together the shape and foundation for the train. And seeing as we're walling everything in now, it doesn't look as if we'll be connecting that axle to the other axle. So that's probably just not related to the mechanism. Here we're getting into some serious beginnings of shaping here with the what do they call this in train? The base of what's this part of the train called? I think they call this a cow catcher. I think is what they call this section, this round front section of the train. But yeah, we're getting into the shaping of that now. So, yeah. It is starting to look like the base of a train. It doesn't look like a train yet, but it's clearly coming together as the shape of a train. So it's definitely starting to take shape. And yeah, I know these aren't a perfectly straight line. They're not going to be. Things get shifted around. Let me just focus on building here. I think I lined those up correctly. I'll know when I place these 2 plates. Yeah, I did. Okay, we're good to go. Yeah. Okay, so this is the beginnings of that little pattern around the front of the train. Yeah. It's an inset 2X, so no biggie. And these will go along the front here, it looks like, and line up with those. And then I gotta do one more of those because this is a 2X. But like I said, it's a same page 2X, so not a big deal. That one will go there like that. And then we just have the last little bits of this gold pattern to put on. And then we got to do one more of those for the other side. We'll put that one there. You can see this pattern of gold around the front of the engine like that. That's a pretty cool look. Let's see how that combines with the rest of the look. That's not lined up correctly. That's where it needs to go. And then I can put this one there. And that's what that whole front section looks like with the top of the cow catcher added. I think it's called a cow catcher. I'm not a big train expert. Many years ago, when I was out of college, I wanted to set up a hobby train, and I actually had space for a small table to set up a small layout with a couple trains, but I didn't have the money for it and never panned out. And then eventually when I did have the money, I ended up starting Lego Collection 1.0, the one I had to sell, from which the Black Pearl is the last survivor, the only survivor of that collection. There's a few sets from that collection I want to reacquire, but many of them are many years past retirement at this point and super inflated. So, alright, so we're actually covering over the whole central section now. So at this point, we're not going to be adding anything to the mechanism. So my guess is when the wheels turn, whatever the mechanism is will activate unless it's in the lock position. Yeah, pushing the joystick in engages the cylinders and makes them turn when the axle turns. But releasing the lever raises the cylinders and they don't turn. So it'd be cool to see what that ends up being. Let's keep going with our build. So we've built up a lot of the structure at this point. And I guess the next few bags are about really detailing and making this look like a train. We're starting to see a lot of side stud action as well here. So we're going to see a lot of studs not on top technique going forward. Bag 9. Okay. It looks like here's where we're going to start the detailing for the train. And really building up this engine. I've got a song from Temple that's been stuck in my head for the past couple days. Our canter does it so well. That's probably why our new canter. That's probably why that song has been stuck in my head. But even now, when I'm trying to focus on Lego, it keeps playing. I guess I should be thankful it's that song and not a more annoying song, because I've definitely had plenty of really annoying songs stuck in my head in the past. And what's really annoying is, you know how sometimes you have a little snippet of a song stuck in your head, like a line, and it will stay stuck in your head until you remember the next line, and after the song plays out in your head properly, it's fine and it leaves you. Well, I've had one of those songs stuck in my head, but it's one line from one of those songs stuck in my head, but it's from an original by one of the music streamers, and they haven't streamed in over 2 years, so that clip is going to still try to present itself in my head until that streamer either decides to return. I basically have to listen to other songs and real music in order to make it go away. It's kind of annoying, since I won't be able to get the next line of that song because that streamer has disappeared. So that song's going to stay stuck in my head forever, I guess. Meanwhile, let's focus on the Lego, because that was totally irrelevant. You can see there's only a relatively small parts pile in each bag. We're starting to get some more now into the shaping, some more of the structure now for the body. This train's really starting to take shape. Still doesn't look like much, but it's obviously supposed to be a train at this point. Okay, so now we're going to tile up around the cylinder here. So yeah, so now the entire inner workings of the gear mechanism are covered over now. It'll be interesting to see what we build onto the exposed top of the cylinder to be the actual action feature. Okay, so we're building what looks like a little non-standard turntable assembly here. Oh yeah. Yeah, that fan is loud. I hope the camera's not picking it up too much. Well, microphone, but the microphone is part of the camera, so. So yeah. So yeah, let's leave it released for now, because we still don't know what it's going to do. But let's keep building up. My guess is the last bag is going to be the Bowser face on the front. Usually the Bowser face is the last thing to be added to these things. Okay, so there's a lot of detailing we still haven't actually put in on the sides. That's why I'm not recognizing it from the box, because it doesn't look like the box yet, but it will. There is a round tile here with a Bowser logo print on it, though, so it'll be interesting to see where we attach that. Okay, so that looks like just some internal structuring bit. That doesn't look like anything that's going to be exposed at the end. But every big build has bits like that. It'll be interesting to see how this all develops up. Yeah, there, that gap is supposed to be there. Interesting. Okay, this lines up how. Looks like it goes in like this, maybe. Yeah, it's at the corner. Yeah, that goes in like that. So yeah, some more structural bit. This thing's already got a serious amount of weight to it. We still got like 4 more bags on this build. Okay. And there is a tile here. And the tile is just the Bowser logo. So I have no idea what this is meant to do. Let's... So that's what this tile looks like. It's just the Bowser logo. It doesn't look like it wants to focus. So, any hints maybe? So it makes the sound of a train rolling down the tracks. So Mario's meant to stand on this section up here. It doesn't attach though. So this is going to be part of an action feature. I don't know if it's part of the same one, but it lines up along the smooth surface like that. So now these other plates are going to go on top of that and secure it. So it's stuck in there now and doesn't come out. So yeah. It'll be interesting to see how that all activates and whether that's part of the other mechanism or if it's its own separate thing. Okay, so this Bowser logo is just going to go along the side of the train. This is what it looks like. And it looks like we're going to do one for each side, because I see some more of these green jumpers here. Yep, alright. I've done enough Lego vehicles to know about symmetry. There we go. And there you can see the Bowser logo on the side of the train now. And we're building a little bit more Technic. So maybe there's another action feature, or maybe this is part of the same one. I do not know. think this is how the picture shows it. No. This is how the picture shows it. But this part needs to be lined up like that. And then if I hold it like this, yeah, that. Okay, so this section here plugs in. This section goes above like this. And it hangs into a little Technic cavity, but it doesn't actually connect with anything down there. So there's more of the mechanism that I think is going to be connected along the outside here. We're not done. The plot thickens. Bag 10. And bag 10 is going to call for the wheel pieces from the big bag of parts. And the wheels are their own separate bag, which I'm going to leave in the bag. Bag 10 isn't a big parts pile. We're not going to open the wheel bag until the instructions call for them, though. And actually, these wheels do have the wagon wheel pattern, and only the wagon wheel pattern, because these are molded wheels. So I was right to go against the instruction book in this particular case, because now it means our wheels are going to have a consistent appearance. So there's these little ball joint pins that we're putting into the Technic on the bottom. It'll be interesting to see how these all connect up with everything. And we have these regular little wagon wheels. These are the same standard wheels we had on the other cars. And again, the instructions show them with the more modern looking mold out, but like I did before, I'm going with the wagon wheel side. Plus, that will make them more consistent with the wheels that are the bigger wheels that are going to be attached up front, which are full on molds in the wagon wheel style. Did I? Yeah, I faced that one correctly. So those little wheels are on. There's a little pin here that goes into here. Okay, so I see how things might start connecting. So now's when we get into the big wheels. So it looks like that wheel will go there. And then the big wheels will go here. And they do have rims around the edge. So this train might actually be compatible with standard Lego track. I don't have any Lego track. I'm not going to test it. You'll have to Google that if you have interest in finding out or not. then we're putting some more of these little ball joint pins in. So I have a feeling that all these wheels are going to connect somehow. And then there's one chain going. There's one of these long gray pieces that looks like it snaps onto the two ball joints. And now we have to go do all that assembly on the other side. So I'll show you what we did here. We put the wheels up here, the little wheels, and then in the front of the train we have this wheel that's still not attached to anything, and then the two bigger wheels are connected by this gray bar. And now we have to do all that on the other side. First I need to find the correct kind of pin. There it is. We're about halfway done with this instruction book. We'll probably need to take another stretch break when I finish this bag. Okay, so here we want to make sure. So here, if they're down, then the ones on this side, we want to have pointed right, is what it's showing. And then we get two more of the pins here, the ball joint pins that will connect the gray bar piece. And then we add the gray bar piece. And then the wheels are set up. Okay. And the wheels are not all in a line. There it goes. So when you take it back and forth, the turntable in the back spins. You can't see because it's black now. And then this little bit in the front goes up and down when you spin it, when you roll it on the ground like that. Let's disengage the turntable. This other mechanism doesn't disengage. So yeah, this bit on the front that goes up and down isn't part of the other mechanism, but it's activated the same way. And then it looks like we have two little internal wheels as well. Let's go ahead and get these into the system. These are probably guide wheels. You can't see these from the outside. And now we can turn it upright again. And we start filling in some of the detailing along the side here. We're basically tiling over the exposed brown studs with the dark red tile. That's what's going on here. But the train has its wheels now. So yeah, we're building up a lot of the detailing for the side now. And it doesn't look like there's going to be much parts beyond doing this for both sides. Okay, so this goes over here. It's interesting that we put the wheels on this early in the build, because usually that's the last thing to be added to a wheeled vehicle, but probably because it's so going to be so uneven on the top, this is probably the last point the top was straight enough to be able to turn the train upside down safely. So that's probably why the wheels were added so much earlier than usual on this vehicle. We saw that with the cannon cart too, remember? But the passenger car, we added the wheels at the end. So if this is straight, then this is gonna line up here. Yeah, looks like the tile is supposed to line up with the tan plates that are in front of it. So if I line this up against these studs, that's not gonna line up though. So we want to make sure we're lined up against the studs here. Okay, I'm not sure why it's not going in. Maybe I'm not lining things up correctly. Yeah, I see how it's supposed to line up with the studs, but it's not going. Do I have... That looks like it's lined up correctly. Everything here looks like it's lined up correctly. So if I have that straight, then this should go against these studs. What's not lined up correctly? Something is not lined up correctly. The white bit is lined up correctly. That bit looks like it's lined up correctly. And actually the picture does show it sticking out a little bit, so I have to go way back till where it shows me a clear view of the other side of the train. Sorry for the hold up. Oh yeah, we need to go down a bit. Yeah, those are definitely lined up correctly from there, it looks like. Yeah. So if the cow catcher's on that side, and I have that bit there. Yeah. So yeah, everything up till now is correctly positioned. So I'm not sure why the section doesn't want to go on. Alright. Let's go back, get back to where we were. So yeah, everything is built correctly so far. So I got to figure out why that section is not lining up the way it's supposed to. You know what? Is it supposed to go one stud higher, maybe? No, it's not. It's supposed to be exactly on the stud. But then this other blue bit gets in the way if I line it up how the instructions show. Oh, you know what the issue? No, I did put those pieces on though. Did I? Yes, I did. So if I take this tile off, I see what the issue is. I messed up here. I forgot a couple pieces here. There's always once in every Lego stream I make a dumb mistake like that. And then I take several minutes trying to figure out what went wrong. But here we are. Now that attaches to the train without any issue at all. So yeah, that section now lined up correctly, this green section we just put together. Okay. And now we turn it around and we have to do all those detailing and assembly bits for the other side. Which now that we know what to expect, it should go pretty smoothly and quickly. Yeah, I need to get some water. We're gonna take a bio break after this bag. And then we should be able to press on straight through to the end. I would estimate there's about another hour of build left. And then we'll be fine. And then we'll have a fully loaded Bowser train. So yeah, I will not make the same mistake again this time. And this side is really just doing the exact same stuff the other side did. Did I forget a piece somewhere? Yes, I did. That goes right there. Easy fix. And then it's going to tell us to go into bag 11. So we'll leave this here, and we'll put some of the other builds back on camera. And we'll be back in a couple minutes. I just need to stretch, quick bio break, get some water. I'm really thirsty. It's got hot in here. And then we just have a couple bags left. This train's really coming together at this point. Alright, I'll see you in a few minutes. I'm back. Like I've said many times, never underestimate the importance of a good bio break during a long stream. A good guideline is every hour to 2 hours, get up and stretch for a few minutes, drink some water. You don't want to be getting uncomfortable during stream. Anyway, let's take all the other cars off now. And I could see by eyeballing all these cars together, there's no way we can fit the whole length of the train on this table. We're gonna have to portray the train mid-turn, I think. Bag 11. Let's get right into it. So yeah, we're past structure now, and we're into detailing. It looks like these last 3 bags, well, this one doesn't look like there's much to it. This bag is going to go through pretty quickly, I think. Which is a good thing. It's getting late, and I'm starting to get tired, and we have about 60 pages of instructions left. I'm guessing the last bag is going to be the big Bowser face on the front. So it looks like this bag we're detailing the upper portion of the engine. Maybe we'll start to see some of these mechanisms come together, see what they do. But I honestly, realistically think that's the next bag where they'll become obvious. We are caging up this one in the front though, so. Wow. This step's really going to leave us with not many pieces left for the bag. You can see how quickly this bag is going through. I guess we're building up the structure that's going to support the face. But this is like the internal part of it. Assuming based on looking at the box, because there's not really any of these bits showing up on the box that we're putting in now. So I guess this is just some more of the internal structure that will allow the face to be sculpted around it. That's my prediction. You can see how the piece pile is already dwindling, and we just started the bag. Okay, it looks like we have another little bit of Technic. This is probably what's going to connect to that exposed axle that we put in earlier. For whatever this action is going to be. This one also has a joystick, so this one will also probably have the option to disengage from the wheels if you don't want it moving at any given time. Maybe it's not a disengagement. I guess we'll have to find out in a few moments once we try to attach it. So let's see. So if I'm looking at it like this, and the bar goes through the hole, so it goes into that hole, not the one up front, if I'm seeing this correctly. I can't really tell from the picture. Oh no, I'm looking at it from the wrong way. I want to be, I think, no. No, it's this way. And it shows the little green bar going into that thing, but also sitting on top of, is it like this maybe? Okay. Okay, so the picture shows it going like this. And the bar going into that little hole there. Okay. I couldn't put it in the hole because I had the hole pushed back, so now this little tile where Mario's gonna stand, it pushes back like this, and it raises this lever thing. So we still got a little bit of mechanism left to connect it to that center axle, that little axle inside there. The lever's not connected to that yet. But first we're going to smooth up around what we've put in so far. So yeah, I really don't know what to expect with this at this point. There's a lot of moving parts that they're not connected yet fully. I can't figure out. Everything's cased up. I I guess the last two bags will reveal all. We have some more side detailing, so this is a step I assume I'll have to do twice. Box. I can see where this bit is on the box. So yeah, we're filling in the structure that surrounds what will be, or the structure that will be the foundation of where we're going to sculpt the Bowser face on top. That's what we're doing right now. Actually, my very first two Lego brick separators were both the turquoise version, even though that's the rarest one. And then I started getting spammed with the orange ones, as you will be, as will happen to you if you're a Lego collector. Okay, so what we just did is we just did this little bit along the side that looks like a flat, smooth version of Bowser's collar. Bowser has the spiked collar that he has in some of his appearances. The Bowser car actually had little spikes, though. I guess they thought it'd be too much for... This set's already kind of over the top, so... So I was off camera. I was in the camera frame, but behind the instructions. So effectively off camera. Sorry about that. There they are. And then I went behind the train. So again, within the camera frame, but off camera. That'll happen with some of these smaller bits. It's a thing that happens with how small my table is. And we're almost done with this bag. We're making good progress with this last little bit. We're at 3 3/4 hours, so we're not going to finish by the 4-hour prediction, but we most likely will finish by the 4.5-hour prediction. And with that, we're ready to move into bag 12. And bag 12 is actually going to be an assembly. So, we're just going to take this big unit off screen while we work on this first assembly for bag 12. Obviously, I'll have to put it back on screen when it's ready to attach, when we finish the assembly and are ready to attach it. It's got one of these grill plates. I've always liked these. They're kind of rare, but they're good for texture. Let us begin working with this assembly. So yeah, I do have a few. I have my next few Star Wars ships picked out. It's going to take me some time to acquire a few of them, but we're going to be seeing in the next few months, we're going to be seeing my Star Wars fleet continue to expand. Now that I'm finally getting into the Star Wars play ships. But that's still only going to be a portion of my Lego budget. We're also going to be looking at, I found on eBay 5 little sets representing a theme that I wanted to get into during my first collection, and just I never really had the budget because I was doing other themes at the time. But yeah, but we have 5 little sets that we'll be getting, that we'll do in one stream, because together they're about 600, 700 pieces total. Half the piece count for tonight. So there's no reason not to just do them as in one, because they're thematically related. And most of the sets in that theme are like inflated, because it was a popular theme. So we'll get into it more when I actually am able to acquire that lot. I think that's going to be a September or October stream, if the budget goes according to plan. Because I want to get the August stuff into the build queue first, but that doesn't mean I'm streaming everything from the August acquisitions in August. It just means that I'll be building up the build queue in August. And I do have limited space for sealed sets. So the build queue can't be too terribly big at any given time. But I have options. I missed a step. Okay, what did I miss? I did not miss a step. I did not align the pieces correctly. Easy fix. Now we can proceed. Okay. Actually, these look like tooth pieces. Are we starting the face now? Possibly. Yeah, those look like tooth pieces, don't they, at the top there? Yeah, and then some more of these tooth pieces. I think we're looking at the beginnings of the face. And then bag 13 is probably the upper part of the face. It says we want 2 of these. So okay, so this actually looks like the big round bit that's at the front of a train engine, but it's surrounded by teeth pieces. So, and it looks like we're going to get another Bowser logo tile. And let's make sure I face it the correct way here. Yeah, it looks like it's, from this orientation, it looks like it's upside down. But there we go. There's the front of our engine there. So yeah, this is going to be the bottom part of the sculpted Bowser face, his mouth area. And then the other bag, the last bag, is going to be the upper part where his eyes are. Yeah, the rest of this is round bits that look like they would shape up the front of a train. So is this what they call the boiler area, maybe? Like I said, I don't know all the train lingo. I didn't really get into trains too much. It would help if I had the piece attached all the way. There we go. Now it's secure. That was a disaster waiting to happen, which is now not going to happen. We'll probably celebrate the, this is the second big heat wave of the summer already. Maybe even the third, so I have ideas for how we can celebrate on stream with the stuff I already have. Because the next stuff I'm going to buy isn't out yet. There's one set I want to do for the stream that's on like a 3-month back order. So I'm going to go ahead and place that order after the stream tonight, just to make sure that I can secure it before the end of the year. I hope it comes sooner. I put up a query, and people who have back ordered before said it doesn't always take the whole time. So I have hopes, but I'm gonna go ahead and put that order in tonight. Hopefully, I won't have to wait too long for that one. But in the meantime, there's plenty of stuff in the queue, and there's plenty of stuff that's gonna start hitting my mailbox next week. So. So yeah, this assembly is the front of the engine. So I can understand why this bag was a assembly and not done directly on the model, but it gave us a little refresher. We to get the big model off, so we actually have room to spread out and build. I've been missing that since earlier in the stream, when we could just take the builds off as we completed them. But most of the previous bags were built right onto the model, so I like when we have space on the table to work with. So it looks like what we're doing now is locking in all these little structurally bits. And then filling in some of the shaping here. This is coming together really nicely. We're almost done with this bag. I can see how this is going to go on. I like the look of this. So yeah, this is the front of the, like I said, I think it's called the boiler, but I'm not sure. And Bowser's mouth area. I do like how the grill pokes out a little bit around the boiler. Gives it a nice little bit of texture there. Okay, I have a piece sitting here that is not usually a leftover piece. So let me go back and make sure I didn't miss anything. And if I did, it means that, hey, I'm getting tired, because that's the second time that happened on the stream. I'm not seeing that piece in that set of instructions. Did I miss something all the way back in bag 11? No. But that piece wasn't sitting there when we went to break after 10. I don't think. No, because that's a dark brown. That's a dark gray. And that was all the wheel stuff we did, so yeah, I don't think we missed it from that far back. We started bag 11. Let's see. So after the break, I started bag 11. So the missing piece that's sitting in front of me would be in either 11 or 12. Let's see. So we're back to 12. Let's pay attention.
You streaming?
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm almost done. I'm about to go into the last bag once I figure out where this missing piece belongs.
Alright. But I'm pretty much off limits tonight.
So it's a dark gray 2x2 plate. And I'm trying to step through and see if any of these steps have a... Yes, it does. Okay. So that explains this gap here. So the plate is supposed to go right here. Okay, we solved the mystery of the missing piece. So now all we have to do is put this little bit back on. But then there's a gap there, so something is still not quite right here. Okay, give me a moment to figure out what's going wrong here. So we have the plate and the bracket, right? Okay. And then this piece goes onto the bracket. And it looks like it's supposed to line up with the upper part. So the plate and the bracket, the gray piece is supposed to go under the little bracket assembly. There, I think we fixed it. So then this piece goes on here. And this piece now lines up correctly. So we got, yeah. So this is what we just built. It's the front of the boiler section and Bowser's jaw and his nose. So now we're going to bring the main train engine back and attach this assembly. And then we can go into the final bag and finish up this Bowser face on the front of this train. And then we can figure out how we're going to position everything on the table for an exit scene. And this actually slots in very easily. It goes in here into, it just slides right into the cow catcher, and then there's studs. Look at me using train terminology that I don't fully know what it means. But yeah, you slide that in there, and then it attaches to the bottom, and it's pretty stable. And this is what it looks like so far on the train. Our train is looking like a real threat now, but not quite there yet. We still have one more bag to go before this train truly becomes a menace. But look at that, another Bowser logo right on the front of the boiler there, inside the jaw. Let's put the big train behind the instructions because, well, no, it looks like bag 13 is going to start building things right on the train. And the instructions also call for the final piece, this big long axle from the big parts bag. We can pull that out now. So this is a big long axle. My guess is it's going to be the final part of the assembly for that axle that we have jammed in there now that is no longer visible because everything is covering it. And I just saw some structural issues with this. So yeah, do not pick up the train from the front. It'll probably be secured once we actually, build the top section of this. There'll probably be something attached in this green bit here to these studs that are inside. That's where the nose is here, and there'll be something to secure all that. But until then, I should not touch it I should not handle the train from that end. So it looks like we have parts for an invincibility box. You can see here the printed brick with the invincibility star on it. Classic Mario piece there. Several Mario sets have that block. Oh, that's cool. So the train there's the cloud piece that we usually see in white. It's in gray to be the train smoke. That's a pretty cool inclusion and pretty cool attention to detail because train smoke is, if it's coming from coal, it's rarely white. In fact, it's usually gray. So that's a pretty cool attention to detail there. And now, let me just try and make sense of this build space. I'm a little cramped if we're building directly on. But we'll work with what we got, because...
Actually, the smoke out of steam engines is almost always white.
Well, on this one it's gray, but it's a villain train, so... It makes sense that it would be evil colored,
Whatever.
Wow, I pushed the table forward, and the characters almost went out of the front of the screen. Okay, so... These are going to attach somehow. The arrow's not really clear. Oh, I see. So these are some more teeth bits for the lower jaw there. So yeah, Bowser doesn't just have 4 teeth. He has a lot of teeth. And these attach inside his jaw on some attachment points that I completely forgot about because I thought they were just part of the detailing. But yeah. If there's more teeth coming, I'll show you the front again. But it looks like now we're just doing some more shaping. I'll still show you the front again once we get clear of the bottom area. So now it looks like we're just filling in some more of his, the shaping for the lower part of his mouth. It doesn't look, yeah, it looks like, yeah, none of this is attached to the main train body yet. So yeah, we just passed the 4-hour mark of stream. In fact, if you count splash screen and the talking at the beginning, I've been building for almost exactly 4 hours. We're a little bit past the 4-hour mark, if you count all the beginning stuff. We are in the last bag. We have about 30 pages of instructions, but I think it'll go quick. And then we just have to create our exit scene. Here's an assembly, but at this point, I think we just got to keep Bowser. We got to keep the train on screen. So let me adjust things. So if we do an assembly, we can put the engine behind the instructions like this. But I can't let him go far because I think we're going to be doing most of this bag. Even if most of this bag is assemblies, we're going to be doing a lot putting them on. It's not like a whole bag assembly like the previous bag was. We can't take him off anymore because we'll be needing to put stuff on him a lot throughout this last bag. Obviously, we're going to have to take a few minutes and figure out all the play features and how the course is supposed to run. We used Luigi for all the test interactions, except the pipe at the beginning. So I'll probably use Mario, and Peach is just there for decoration today. We'll use Mario to run the actual course. He tested the pipe, but Luigi tested all the other interactions. I dropped that piece, but it didn't sound like it went off. It sounded like it just went back into the parts pile, so there it is. I'm not sure what this assembly is going to be, but we'll find out shortly when we attach it. So yeah, I think I'm going to rush through the cleanup tonight because I really am starting to fade. I got enough to get through the end of stream. We're in the last bag. There's not much to go on this, but I'm probably going to save most of my post-stream video processing for tomorrow. I can't really upload it right away to the YouTube anyway because the like I said, I got to get through my backlog. Actually, where's that other gray connector piece? I am not seeing the piece in my parts pile, which means it probably went under something and I'm just not seeing it. We put one of them on the model, so I know what color it's supposed to be. Did I leave it in the bag? Yes. I actually did leave one piece in the bottom of the bag this time. Usually, when a piece goes missing, it's just under another piece, and I'm just not seeing it. But this time, I actually left something. That shows you that, yes, I am reaching the end of my evening. You know what I may do? I may just set everything to upload in draft mode on YouTube tonight, and tomorrow go in and put in my summaries and my publication dates. I want to get everything caught up already. I have a 2-month backlog of episodes. It's going to take, if I have them published one per day, it's going to take a week and a half, almost 2 weeks, for every episode to get caught up. So I kind of want to get that process started. So if I set everything to upload while I sleep, it will all be ready for me to, when I get up, put in the descriptions, thumbnails, and publication dates. Shouldn't be an issue doing it that way. I don't think I'm going to raid out because I checked my Twitch a few minutes ago And surprisingly, none of the people I follow are online tonight, which is weird for a Saturday night. Usually there's like one or two people. It's usually not as crowded as weeknights, but I've very rarely had nobody on. All that's on is one guy who does reruns and another music streamer who, when he's not streaming live, he runs 24/7 a video of his piano medley. Um, it's a pretty good medley. I've listened through part of it. I recognize a lot of the songs, but unfortunately, um, it's not his live. He's not live. That's so I don't want to do that right now. So this green section we just put in here, it punched into the studs that were inside the nose, and also lines up with the studs that are on top of the structure of the engine here. So this is where we're going to secure. The next little bit is where we're going to secure the boiler jaw section to the rest of the train with full security here. Right here, it's these two round plates that are going to secure this whole section in. The instructions aren't 100% clear how they're supposed to line up though, but it looks like they're lining up with the other holes, so we should be okay. Because this is where we're going to put in what's going to connect with the other holes, which are also internal right now. If the axle isn't positioned straight, it might be hard to insert the but so we're building right now. It looks like the smoke for the top of the engine, and then Bowser's eyes. We've actually already done Bowser's eyes. That's what these white things are in the front. These round white things behind the instructions. These round white bits here are Bowser's eyes. There's no pupil detail or anything, but it doesn't really need it. Once we add the eyebrows, it's going to be well enough detailed that missing pupils isn't going to be too terribly creepy. And in fact, we're starting the eyebrows now. And actually, these little bits here, where it attaches to the stud, and you can see the little stud coming into the white piece, those actually almost do look a little bit like tiny pupils. So I guess we're going with that. And it looks like we are doing the big eyebrows now, and that will also fill in some of the definition for the eye area. So yeah, we're looking good here. I'm gonna need to stretch. Didn't go on the floor. It's funny though. Usually during streams, I yeet pieces onto the floor. And this time, the only time that happened is I actually yeeted something that had been set off camera. One of the side builds that had been set aside off camera. That's the only bit that I actually yeeted onto the floor during stream today so far. Which is interesting because it wasn't even on camera. It wasn't even a part for what I was actively building. It was just a side build. But I still yeeted it onto the floor, so it is a proper Uncle Eevee Lego stream, since I did send a piece onto the floor, even if it wasn't what I was actively working on. The eyebrow detail here is nicely sculpted. It's got some nice structure going to it. How does this last piece of it line up, though, is the question. Like this, maybe? Yeah. So here's the Bowser eyebrow, the first one. And this will just be positioned on that joint over his eye and then lowered into position. So yeah, that looks good. and I'll show you what it looks like after I build the one on the other side. And actually, we're moving through the top part of this train pretty quickly. We're not going to be here much longer. So this build is identical, except with a pin on the other side. That's, I guess, why they didn't have us do a 2x for this one. But, yeah. Oh yeah, and I guess the wedge pieces are also mirrored. So yeah, let's push that one into place. Let's lower it down over the eye. And that's what the face looks like with the eyebrows attached. Pretty cool. Let's keep the build going now. We do have a 2x, but it's a one-page 2x. So standard procedures apply here. We need one more of those cylinder bricks. Once again, I'm not seeing the piece. When I checked the bag, I made sure that there was only that one piece in there that I took out, so yeah. Did I drop a piece? I just got finished talking about how I didn't actually drop any active build pieces today, but I guess I was wrong. Maybe wrong. Yeah, no, the bag is definitely empty now. And actually, we've opened up all the bags, so I'm actually going to move this into my little open box area that I need to clear out because there's another big box in there. I never cleared out the box from last week, so I'll need to clear both of those out. I do see a couple pieces rolled over to where the characters are. Did it go under any of the characters? No. Yeah, it's supposed to be the gray one. Did I get gray confused with another color earlier? No. That piece has not been seen yet this build. I do see two of the tan bricks though. Let me look ahead real quick. Yeah, the two tans are part of a 2X. So, yeah. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm definitely... I didn't see or hear anything go off when I opened the bag. That's the thing. Usually I hear if a piece falls on the floor. Let me pull this aside real quick and just check my surroundings. Yeah, it doesn't look like it went to the floor. It's not under the bigger pieces. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to put together the rest of this little section and set it aside and hope for the best and see if it turns up. Okay, so these are going to be Bowser's horns. So kind of a big part of his look, but I'm just going to set them aside until that piece turns up. And I'll keep building. And if it doesn't turn up, I'll put a bigger search shot for it after we clear out the parts pile. But yeah, Bowser's horns I'm just going to set aside to see if that piece turns up. I see where they go in, though. In the meantime, we're just going to move on. I don't want to waste too much time looking for a piece if it is, in fact, under stuff and I'm just being blind. Which I admit is entirely possible given how tired I am right now, but we're so close to the end. We may as well finish this thing. Oh, I need one more of those. And I just made the table all crooked. Let's fix everything. Watch, the piece is going to be under something, revealing that I'm blind. Or maybe it did go on the floor and rolled away. It is a round piece after all. So it's entirely possible it could have gone on the floor and rolled away. So now that these two little bits are done, let's see how they attach. They attach to these pinholes here. So these are filling out Bowser's cheeks and giving a little more dimension to them. And the little bumper bits, just align them to make sure that they're shaped correctly. Like, that's what we just put on, right? Right there. The cheek bit we just put on. It probably did go on the floor. Let me just see if it could have rolled. Since I'm not seeing it though, let me see if it could have rolled under the desk. Yeah, no. Didn't roll under the desk. And didn't bounce onto the desk like the other piece earlier did. Let's bring my desk back into position then. Alright. We'll have to do a dive onto the floor, I think, at the end of this. Because the pieces are dwindling and I'm not seeing anything under anything at this point. There's no pieces left big enough to hide that piece. So let's just keep going. It looks like now we're building the top section where the smoke is going to come out of. So I think this is where that long axle is going to come into play. Oh, I'm inserting these from the wrong side. Let's use my separator to push that pin out And try this again. It's not caught up inside the mechanism under there. And these pieces wouldn't all be fitting in like that if they were incorrect, if there was a piece stuck in there. So yeah, we're gonna have to dive onto the floor once we've removed a few more pieces from the table, because this train won't be complete without his horns. Unless I give him a gnarly look and have him do one short horn and one long horn. That's a possibility. Some monsters have uneven horns. So that's a very real possibility I might attempt if I can't find the piece. But for now, let's just build on, because nothing else is going to build onto those bits. Alright, we'll tile that off. And this all fits into here. Oh, and it applies pressure. So this connects with the upper joystick somehow. Interesting. And now we have to connect that all. Very few pieces left on the table. I can tell you right now the missing piece is not one of them. I've already looked under all the characters. Didn't roll under the characters, didn't roll under the train. So it's either on the floor or missing. Yeah, the bag is definitely empty that these parts came out of. So yeah, I'll check the floor. So this is where that big long axle comes into play. And it looks like we have, we're building up the smoke. And the smoke is double layered to give it a little texture, it looks like. And that lines up there. And then I need to put together the other little piece of smoke here. And that lines up here. And then this axle goes into the top here. And this is okay. None of this attaches, and these cloud pieces are connected by one stud only and keep falling off, so I can't really jam the axle down any more than it already is. So let's just keep going for a little bit. So it looks like if you move it, okay, so the smoke raises and lowers. looks like the whole thing is supposed to, from the picture, it's implied that the whole thing is supposed to go together, and the red part doesn't really connect to anything. Well, at least the smoke part is working. And then it shows us doing a little mystery box. Oh, what's this little bit in front of me? Oh. I need to pull this out because I forgot a little piece of this assembly. And the piece I forgot is the reason why the clouds are not secure. The clouds are actually connected by 3 studs each. What's that, like the 3rd time this stream I forgot a part? That's not good. But with 3 studs each, the smoke is very secure to the axle now. So now we can finish putting together our little invincibility star. Our invincibility box here. There's the tile. There's the box itself. What an invincibility star does is when the figure jumps on it, it gives them a few seconds of invincibility, which means they don't get stunned by things that would stun them, and they one-hit kill any enemy, including the big ones. We'll let Peach have one quick outing so I can demonstrate it. So Peach got the star, and remember, Boom Boom is 8 hits. 1 hit. And also Hammer Bro is 4 hits. Both of them one-shotted because Peach had the star. And it shows us putting the star inside the engine. There's still this little turny section that I don't know what it does. It doesn't look like there's anything that connects. Oh, that's Boom Boom's platform. So this is going to show us how to connect anything. There's this transparent light blue panel that I did not see come up in the instructions anywhere. Unless I missed something. Nope. Is it part of the assembly then? Let's go into the assembly section of the instructions. Okay, it's not showing the light blue panel anywhere. Let's go back. Did we get a wrong piece, maybe? Did they give us this piece instead of the piece that's actually meant to be in the set? Okay. Yeah, because this piece is nowhere in the instructions. Okay, then. Let me do a quick deep dive into this set. Hold on. I'm going to go to Bricklink real quick. And you know what? I'm going to turn the browser off. You don't need the instructions anymore. When we start assembling this thing, it's going to fill up real fast. And I don't want anything to go behind the instructions. So we'll just turn the instructions off. What I'm doing now is I'm looking up the piece list to see if there's any trans light blue or trans aqua, whatever that color is. Because if there isn't, it means they sent an incorrect piece in the bag. I've never had that happen before. I've heard about it happening to other people, but I've never had that happen myself. And that would explain our missing piece, because the 2 pieces are about the same weight. So so it's a trans piece. So let me scroll down and see if there's any trans pieces, translucent color pieces in the set, because there's those little lava tiles from the side build. That's all I can remember putting on for this set. And the fire from the side build. Yeah, there's no trans light blue in this part list, which means we got an incorrect piece. And the bag was weighed and showed the correct weight, and so we don't have the correct gray brick, which is fine. I'll rectify that off stream, but for now, since we got to bring stream to a close, and we did pass the 4.5 hour mark, and that was largely me trying to figure out that mystery. So I will go back into the instructions, but I will not put the instructions back up because we need the full table at this point. So yeah, there's a piece mistake. I've never had that happen to me before. Okay, so I think, all right, so if I engage that, all right, but how does Mario get out the cube if he's gonna fight? Okay, I'm not really sure how this all is supposed to go, but if I engage that. So while the train is rolling, the platform spins. So it shows Boom Boom on the platform. So let's start dressing up the set now. Oh, attach the horns. And since I'm going to have the train going this way, I think we'll attach the bigger horn on the forward side. And that horn will go into this axle. And I'll go ahead and I'll go on Bricklink and I'll order the other horn. Which way? I'll order the missing piece. It's not really that big a deal, but you can see how one horn is. The horns are mismatched and not symmetrical. Actually, that kind of adds to the gnarly look of Bowser. I may leave it like that. Alright. So there he has his two horns, one bigger than the other. Let me go ahead now and start doing the set. So we start with attaching Boom Boom onto the platform. So Boom Boom is going to be the conductor. And then we add the cannon car. So I guess the idea is you shoot Mario shoots the cannon as he moves forward along the train in order to knock Boom Boom off the train. So we have the cannon car attached. And then we need the little passenger car. And I use the croissant to mark which way is forward. And you can see the length doesn't work here. I have to get creative. So there's the passenger car. And then, so it looks like Hammer Bro is waiting for Mario on top of the passenger car, like this. And then, of course, we have the worker's cart that comes along in the back. And it looks like this is part of the train lineup, but let's see, I have it facing this way. So I want to have the Para-Biddies facing that way so that they're facing the camera. And, oh, I forgot to put Mr. and Mrs. Goomba inside the train. So let's all these figures are, the Goombas, I guess, are not going to be really visible for the exit scene because they're enjoying a nice little dinner inside the passenger train there. It's the little dining car. Hammer Bros waiting to protect them from Mario, but you know what? As big as the set is, I'm not going to really play the level because I'm having trouble getting the whole thing on camera. So we will take out the brick separator. We're done with it. And I'll go back to my original interpretation that the worker's cart is separate from the train itself. And then, of course, we bring in the two stations. We have the Peach station and the Bowser station with Mario's start tube. Like this. And then as you roll the train, parts of it move. But I can't really roll a train straight, so yeah. It's a shame about the missing piece, but uneven horns in the case of Bowser doesn't really look half bad, so it's not that huge a deal. And actually, the stations are giving me too much clutter right now, so I'm just going to take them off for the exit scene. Even though they're nice builds. But I'll show them one more time. So here's the Peach Town Station. And here's the Lava World Station with the level start tube. And then what will happen is as the level gets played, Mario will first encounter, as Mario shoots out of the tube and goes onto the tracks, Mario will first encounter the Para-Biddies on the workers cart. Then he will knock out the Para-Biddies, take over the workers cart, and catch up with and latch onto the passenger train, where he will come up top, fight Hammer Bro, and then after fighting Hammer Bro, he will use Hammer Bro's hammer to break into the passenger car. He'll knock out the two Goombas, knock over the snack table to reveal the mystery item inside. And then, once Mario has made a complete mess and ruin of the dining car, he'll then come along to the can. Sorry I'm not actually showing you this actually live. It's just, it's late, I'm tired, and I can't get this whole level onto the table as it is. So, he'll then come onto the cannon car, he'll aim his cannon, and shoot Boom Boom. And shooting Boom Boom will then allow him to jump over to the engine. He'll get on the main engine part and carry on conducting the train until he gets to the Peach's Castle station. And that's the level, basically the best I can interpret given these tiles. I'm still not quite sure what this does, but so moving the train moves the smoke, but to move the chimney, you have to move the interaction tile where Mario pilots this thing. Let's put Boom Boom back into his little conductor's area. You can see the Para-Biddies. You can see the Hammer Bro. So 4 of the 6 enemies are in the exit scene. We took the stations out, so Peach I'm just going to consider to be clutter, and Mario and Luigi will just stand by ready to go on an adventure. Yeah. And like I said, there's nobody array tonight, so I'm just going to close stream. We'll have some more Lego coming up. If not during the week, then we'll definitely have a Lego stream next weekend. Not sure Saturday or Sunday, but we'll do at least one in the next few days or in the next week. Um, Lots of Lego coming up on the channel. I still want to get the game streams going. There's a couple of music streams I want to do as well. Oh, one stream I want to do this week that isn't a Lego stream. It doesn't really fit into any of my categories, but something really special. Probably Wednesday or Thursday, because I know I can't do it Monday or Tuesday. Have a good night. It'll take me some time to prepare. That's why I'm not doing it tomorrow either. Have a good night. I will see you soon. And let's go ahead and let's all get some rest. We just passed midnight. I'm going to go download this video, prepare my uploads to run overnight, and have a good night. And I will see you soon.